Let us pray. Eternal God, who shall abide in your tabernacle? Who shall dwell in your holy hills? The truth in their hearts will sing. They think, say, and do in your wonderful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., May 16, 2024, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to the consideration of H.J. Res. 109, which the clerk will report.
H.J. Res. 109, providing congressional. Yeah, I pulled out mine. Yeah. They need to give, do you have an extra, or can I have the original? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I did.
President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, tomorrow will be 100 days since Senate Republicans blocked the strongest border security bill we've seen in a generation. For the last 2 weeks, I've come to the floor with my Democratic colleagues, calling on both sides to set partisanship aside and work together to fix the problems on our southern border. America is proudly a nation of immigrants. We always have been, we always will be. Most Americans know our country is made stronger because of immigration, but they also know the current condition of border security is simply not acceptable. It's a problem going back many years, going back many administrations. After decades of neglect, our border security needs an update. Our immigration rules need reform to provide more opportunity and fairness and humane treatment of those who seek opportunity in America. And the only way we fix the border long-term is through bipartisan legislation. Let me say it again. The only way we fix the border long-term is through bipartisan legislation like the one we had in the Senate 3 months ago. The Bipartisan Border Act was precisely the kind of proposal Republicans and Democrats have been trying to produce for years. It contained the strongest border security provisions in a generation. It would have overhauled our asylum laws, hired thousands of new border agents, invested in cutting-edge technology to stop the flow of fentanyl, and given the President new authorities to close the border. Now, of course, our bipartisan border bill wasn't perfect. Not every Democrat supported this bill. But unlike other border bills, it was designed to pass both chambers in divided government. If our border security bill was good enough to win the support of the actual Border Patrol agents, shouldn't have been good enough to win the support of Senate Republicans? And speaking candidly, when our bill was first released, many of our Republican colleagues were surprised with how strong it was, even if only in private. I dare say a significant percentage of the Republican caucus would have supported it. If both chambers would have voted on our bill without outside interference, I'm confident it would have passed and reached the President's desk. But, as we all know, Donald Trump swooped in and told his MAGA supporters to kill the bill. In fact, he was proud to kill it. Quote, "Please blame it on me," unquote, he said. Those were Trump's words after our bill went down, and I certainly don't think it's very smart of him to brag about killing an issue most people want to see fixed. Donald Trump treats this like a game, but most Americans just want to see the border fixed regardless of who does it. Democrats have not walked away from trying to get something done on the border. We want to work with our Republican colleagues on border security, just as we showed we were serious when we worked with them earlier this year. But our Republican colleagues must show they are ready to match their border rhetoric with real action. If Republicans are going to call the border an emergency, they can't suddenly kick the can down the road and say we can deal with this later. They can't put up a partisan bill that they know has no chance of passing. Americans don't want just talk on the border. Americans want action. Americans want bipartisanship. Americans want to pass the border security bill like the one we released 3 months ago. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Twice in the last week, President Biden has suggested that inflation was 9% when he took office and claimed credit for bringing it down. The Washington Post gave him a rating of 4 Pinocchios for that very tall tale. In reality, inflation in January of 2021 was 1.4%. As of this month, prices have increased 20% since then. By one estimate, listen to this, the average U.S. household has to spend an additional $1,074 every month to keep up the same standard of living they had when President Biden took office. The numbers don't lie, and neither do the American people. They know nonsense when they hear it. A 32-year-old engineer from Nevada who voted for the president in 2020 told reporters he's frustrated with the way the White House frames the economy. Here's what he had to say. It's concerning to me when I keep seeing press come out of the White House where they keep saying the economy is good. That's really weird because I'm paying more on taxes, more on groceries, more on housing, and more on fuel. So that doesn't feel good. Small business owners in particular have been hard hit by increased prices. They have smaller margins to absorb the increased costs for materials, labor, and other operating expense. And they risk losing customers every time they raise their prices. One small business owner in New York, fourth-generation roofer, reported, we've increased more in the last 4 years than we did in 10. We don't have a choice. The owner of a small printing company in Washington state described painful price hikes as death by 1,000 paper cuts. He went on to say, people are tired of price increases. We are tired of price increases. That's that. The American people are tired of price increases. They're tired of lies about it. And they're safe to say they're tired of Bidenomics. On another matter, this week, Putin is in Beijing without limits. But last week, it was President Xi who took to the road, was in Budapest, Hungary. The visit from PRC's leader came as more of our European NATO allies are waking up, not only to the harsh reality of Russian aggression, but also to the linked threats facing Western security and prosperity to the urgent requirements of defense production and to the particular challenge the PRC poses as a systemic rival. But Hungary, not so much. Viktor Orban's government has cultivated the PRC as its top trading partner outside the EU. It's given Beijing sweeping law enforcement authorities to hunt dissidents on Hungarian soil. It was the first European country to join Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative, which other European governments, for example, like Prime Minister Meloni's in Italy, have wisely decided to leave. And Hungary has doubled down on Huawei after the previous U.S. administration went to great lengths to encourage Europe to reject it, Hungary has let the PRC communications giant bake Chinese technology into the country's 5G expansion, even as other European nations are paying vast sums to extract Huawei from their communications and infrastructure. Hungary is now home to Huawei's European regional logistics hub, a veritable gateway to the West. And last week, Prime Minister Orban's government signed 19 more agreements with the PRC, from transportation infrastructure to potential nuclear cooperation. A joint statement described the two countries' relations between Hungary and the PRC. But the details of China's growing influence in Budapest should raise red flags for anyone seriously concerned about strategic competition with China. From across the Atlantic, there's good reason to appreciate a European government that's willing to question EU orthodoxy on things, evaluate whether allies and partners share our interests, not just our values, and whatever their plug to America's greatest strategic adversary. Now, it's one thing that a latter-day Walter Duranty, who shields for Putin on Twitter, might also admire the only NATO member whose leader flies to Moscow to pay obeisance to the Russian dictator. But Hungary's willingness to serve as China's doormat to Europe has recently become an article of faith. The Democratic Party's increasing willingness to abandon Israel cries out for frequent and heavy doses of reality and harsh criticism. Unfortunately, so does this increasingly muddled logic on the threats facing the West from Russia and China. A NATO government that fawns over a Russian neo-Soviet imperialist, a European nation that rolls out the red carpet for greater predation, coercion, and espionage from a communist regime. This isn't where America should be taking our foreign policy cues. How about sending a high-profile diplomat and trade mission to Tehran? Hungary's voluntary legitimization of the world's most active state sponsor of terrorism. I don't think conservatives had any time for those who suck up to Iran. Maybe aligning with autocrats is in Hungary's interest, but let's return from Budapest and discuss what's in America's interest in the face of threats from Russia, Iran, and China. And we could have welcomed two more such allies to our ranks much sooner, if not for Orban's obstruction of Sweden and Finland's access to NATO. Not only do these countries have robust defense industries and capable militaries, they also each have companies of technology. And while many of us in Washington were urging the EU to do more to support Ukraine, Hungary was blocking greater EU burden sharing. Frankly, Mr. President, Hungary stands at the crossroads of three powers bent on undermining our security and prosperity. And the Orban government is modeling what not to do in the face of these challenges. My message to America's European allies has been the same, no matter their politics or their culture. Russia, China, Iran undermine us, and we need to move faster to rebuild the hard power we need to deter and defeat aggression and hold one another accountable to share the burden of collective defense. There's plenty of work left to do on this front. Now, one final matter. Earlier this week, I discussed the growing problem of BDS, that is, BB derangement syndrome. Of course, movement. This other BDS has been incubating on college campuses for the last decade, and right now making news at Harvard. This is unfortunate, but at this point it shouldn't surprise anyone. Remember, Cambridge, Massachusetts was ground zero for the current wave of anti-Semitism sweeping so-called elite education. Not to be outdone, by the restorative have announced their own sort of amnesty for the Hamas-supported radicals who have harassed and intimidated fellow students in recent months. In exchange for dispersing from Harvard Yard, the interim president and the dean will be meeting with the Crimson Red Guards, quote, to hear their perspective on academic matters relating to long-standing conflicts in the Middle East. The interim president also acknowledges, quote, the profound grief people feel over the effects of the ongoing war and the campus Hamas symbol from the Harvard Corporation to address questions about the university endowment. Boycott, divest, sanction. BDS. It seems that the lesson at our country's oldest university is this: lawless radicalism works. Perhaps it's time for the American people to boycott, divest, and sanction the Ivy League. Just after the court.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this week is Police Week, a week to honor our nation's law enforcement officers. These men and women have had a challenging few years. Unsurprisingly, calls to defund the police and attacks on the vital work that they do left a lot of officers discouraged and demoralized, even as they were asked to shoulder the same burdens with less support. Fortunately, Mr. President, I think time has started to provide a corrective. As we've watched crime take a toll on American cities, I think governments and individuals are more and more remembering just how much we need the men and women who bring order and safety to America's streets. And I hope and pray that we are coming to this week with a greater appreciation for the essential work that these men and women perform. I said essential, Mr. President, and they are. But let's remember something else as well. Police officers aren't just necessary, they're noble. They sign up for a heroic line of work, for a job that asks them to get up in the morning and go out and put themselves in danger to keep the rest of us out of it. And that asks them to do that day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year. And they do it willingly, gladly. And when they're not doing the big things, Mr. President, the hard, heroic work of confronting dangerous situations and individuals, you can frequently find police officers doing the little things as well. Speaking to a school class, helping out a stranded motorist, buying shoes for a child in need. Police officers don't just defend our communities, they play a vital role in building them up. Mr. President, I'm particularly grateful for our law enforcement officers in South Dakota who work so hard in communities across our state. They've shared challenges faced by other police departments across the country over the past few years, including dealing with deadly drugs like fentanyl coming over the border and making their way around the United States. And they face some specific South Dakota challenges. I'm also deeply grateful for the Capitol Police here in Washington, D.C., who spend their days ensuring members of Congress, our staffs, and the many visitors to the U.S. Capitol building can go about their days in safety. And Mr. President, I am grateful to their families. Having a husband or wife, a dad or a mom, who is a police officer is not always an easy thing. Knowing that your parent or spouse may not come home from work one day is a difficult burden to carry. And in this Police Week, as we contemplate the service and sacrifice of our nation's police officers, it is important to remember the service and sacrifice of their families as well. Mr. President, before I close, I want to mention the heroic service of Moody County Chief Deputy Ken Prorock of South Dakota, who was killed in the line of duty in February of this year. And I just want to read a couple of lines from the Officer Down Memorial page on Chief Deputy Prorock's actions. I quote, "Chief Deputy Sheriff Ken Prorock was struck and killed by the driver of a vehicle being pursued by the Madison Police Department at 4:12 p.m. Chief Deputy Prorock responded to the call for assistance and was deploying spike strips at South Dakota Highway 34 and 472nd Avenue in Coleman. The driver intentionally swerved toward Chief Deputy Prorock, killing him," end quote. And Mr. President, the line that stands out for me the most in that memorial is this: Chief Deputy Prorock responded to the call for assistance. He heard a call for help, and he went to answer it, knowing full well that he could be placing himself in danger, up to and including the loss of his life. But he went anyway. That, Mr. President, is the heroism of Chief Deputy Prorock. And it is the heroism of all the men and women across our country who serve in our nation's police forces and who, when they hear a call for help, go out to answer it. Mr. President, may God richly bless all the men and women who serve our nation as police officers, and may He protect them as they stand on guard for us. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
The Senate is in a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you. We're about to hold a vote under the Congressional Review Act The CRA was passed in 1994 to give Congress a 6-month window of 60 legislative days to review an agency rule. And if Congress doesn't like that rule, 60 days to overturn it. However, our vote today is not a vote on a notice and comment rule. In fact, our vote today is on something that doesn't even have the force of law. Our vote today is on a staff accounting bulletin issued by the SEC back in the spring of 2022. Now, the SEC has issued these bulletins, they're called SABs, for nearly 50 years without anyone ever suggesting that they were subject to the CRA. The CRA has a time limit for a reason, so that settled law is settled law, something that everyone can count on. And the CRA is limited to agency rules so that a single member of Congress can't tie up agencies and Congress with expedited procedures under the CRA by raking over the details of every agency action. Today's vote, coming more than 2 years after the SEC wrote the bulletin and applying to a staff bulletin rather than a rule, is far outside the scope of the CRA. We should not be holding this vote, and all by itself, that is a good enough reason to vote no. But let's talk about the substance of this SAB for just a minute. Fairness of our markets depends on transparency. Investors in pension funds and 401ks and workers who are trying to save for retirement all have a right to know what they are investing in. Securities and Exchange Commission is the guardian of those financial disclosures that give investors information about a company's business plan, about its leadership, and about the risks that it faces in the market. So to help public companies disclose information about their business in a consistent way from one business to another so that investors can make comparisons, the SEC issues staff accounting bulletins, these SABs, to clarify guidance about emerging issues in the accounting industry, how to tell people about this business. SAB number 121 was published to provide accounting guidance to companies that hold customers' digital assets. It says that because of some of the unique technological and legal risks associated with digital assets, public companies that safeguard crypto assets for their customers should make the risks associated with holding those assets visible to investors. One way that this risk shows up is that if a company safeguards property for someone, just an ordinary company is holding property for someone like stocks or bonds or jewelry, the company bears the risk that the property could be stolen. And that is why companies that hold property for others carry insurance, and it's why they have really big safes. But if the company safeguards crypto, there is a special risk that's not there with other kinds of property. Crypto can get hacked. In fact, there have been some pretty major crypto hacks in which assets just vanish. The risk isn't theoretical, it is real. FTX, $600 million, poof. Binance, $586 million, poof. Ronin Network, $625 million, poof. And Poly Network, $611 million, poof. All in just the last 3 years. We have seen multiple hacks of crypto platforms. The unique risks of crypto can create liabilities that seriously impact a company's financial condition. SAB 121 simply clarifies how companies should account for those risks in their financial disclosures. That's all it's doing. Now, there's a second kind of problem with crypto, and that is if a company safeguards property for someone, stocks, bonds, jewelry, like we talked about earlier, if the company doing the safeguarding goes bankrupt, the true owner of the stocks or the bonds or the jewelry can get their property back. But if the company that goes bankrupt is holding crypto, the peculiarities of crypto ownership and possession mean that the creditors of the bankrupt company could keep the crypto. The true owner may just be out of luck. Once again, SAB 121 simply clarifies how companies should make clear those risks in their disclosures. So let's talk for just a minute about what SAB 121 doesn't do. It doesn't bring customers' crypto assets onto a crypto platform's balance sheet or make the platform the owner of a customer's digital assets. Instead, SAB 121 requires disclosure of what other substantive laws, including bankruptcy laws, are already doing. This effort to reverse the SEC's accounting guidance would deprive investors of accurate information on the risks of holding crypto assets and corrode public trust in our financial system and our institutions. The vote today is about ensuring that the SEC is able to issue guidance that will help companies of all sizes produce strong, consistent, timely, and meaningful accounting disclosures. It's about protecting critical informational tools that investors and companies have relied on for half a century. And it's about maintaining the integrity of our markets, which relies on a clear, consistent accounting rulebook. Democrats should stand with President Biden against this effort to attack the SEC's authority. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. President,
The senator from Wyoming.
I move to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
I further ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to speak in favor of my Congressional Review Act resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 59, and its House companion, House Joint Resolution 109, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 U.S. Code of the rule submitted by the Securities and Exchange Commission relating to Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121. Staff Accounting Bulletin 121, or SAB 121, is a rule under the Administrative Procedure Act, disguised as an accounting guidance. It was published by the SEC staff without the approval of the majority of the commission. Accounting guidance is not something that normally would catch the attention of Congress. But in this case, a bipartisan group in the Senate and House has uncovered serious concerns with SAB 121 and the actions of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Nearly 2 years ago, I started this process by sending a request for a legal opinion on SAB 121 to the Government Accountability Office. That office found that SAB 121 is, in fact, a rule and subject to the Congressional Review Office. Shortly after this finding, I introduced the Senate resolution to overturn this guidance in the Senate, and Congressmen Mike Flood and Wiley Nichols introduced the House companion. I congratulate them and House Financial Services Chair Patrick McHenry on the strong bipartisan passage of this resolution in the House. Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 puts consumers at risk by requiring a covered institution to place consumer assets on its balance sheet. It gives creditors a way to claim those assets in the event of a bankruptcy. We have seen how this plays out for consumers. Their assets are frozen for months or even years while the bankruptcy plays out. In some cases, they lose their assets entirely. Now, they've entrusted these assets to the custodian. It is the custodian that is in bankruptcy, and yet their assets are the assets that are at risk. So this does not protect consumers at all. Under SAB 121, the ownership of more than $100 trillion in assets placed for safekeeping with America's custodians are in jeopardy. The safest place for digital assets is in a self-hosted wallet, but not everyone can custody their own digital assets, including institutional investors that the SEC requires to use a qualified custodian. Regardless of what each senator thinks about digital assets, they should want consumers and institutional investors to have the option of placing their assets in the safekeeping of prudentially regulated institutions. Unfortunately, Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 prevents this by placing customer assets on the balance sheet of the custodian. SAB 121 also means that capital requirements apply. Banks would have to hold as much as $1 of capital for every dollar of customer assets. As much as the SEC would have you believe otherwise, the bank regulators have no discretion on this point. Banks must follow U.S. generally accepted accounting principles when calculating capital requirements. Finally, SAB 121 demonstrates how the SEC will push forward its regulatory agenda at the cost of transparency and the stakeholder input that is required by law. The Senate could have avoided this if SEC Chair Gary Gensler was willing to direct staff to revise Accounting Bulletin 121 to keep customer digital assets off the balance sheets of custodians and engage in a transparent process. Refusing to revisit this policy after bipartisan criticism is odd. The majority of the SEC staff accounting bulletins from the last 30 years have been revisions and rescissions of prior guidance. Revisiting and fixing accounting standards, especially when there's a new technology, is warranted and encouraged. Guidance is meant to be flexible. It is not meant to set policy, which would require notice and comment by those that will be regulated pursuant to that regulatory process. But apparently, Chairman Gensler would rather politicize accounting standards to achieve policy goals in the banking industry, an industry I'd like to remind him he does not regulate, rather than conduct a transparent policy-making process. Maybe it's because Chairman Gensler knows that putting customer assets on the balance sheet is bad policy that would garner enough support to finalize a rule, or rather would not garner enough support to finalize a rule. Maybe it's because he's committed to an ill-informed and unworkable fight against the digital asset industry at any cost. Unfortunately, SAB 121 does nothing to protect consumers, nothing to protect consumers. It hurts them. I hope that all of my colleagues will recognize this and join me in voting in support of House Joint Resolution 109. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the joint resolution is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Is there a sufficient second? Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Casey, Collins, Cornyn, Fisher, Grassley, Lummis, Marshall, Peters. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Markey, Ossoff, Padilla, Warren. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Ms. Butler. Ms. Butler. No. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Romney. Mr. Romney. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Vance. Mr. Vance. Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 60, the nays are 38. The resolution is adopted. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kamala C. Thieler of South Dakota to be United States District Judge for the District of South Dakota.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
President.
Senator,
Mr. President, I rise today, along with my colleague from South Dakota, Senator Rounds, in support of the nomination of a distinguished South Dakotan, Judge Kamala Thieler, who's been nominated to fill a vacancy at the U.S. District Court for the District of South Dakota. Judge Thieler is a South Dakota native and a graduate of the University of South Dakota School of Law. She's been a judge for the South Dakota 2nd Judicial Circuit since 2018. Prior to her current role, she served as an assistant U.S. attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of South Dakota from 2012 to 2018, and before that, she spent time at 2 South Dakota law firms. When she's not trying cases, she often welcomes students to the courthouse, where she gives tours and conducts mock trials to help teach them about the legal system. Mr. President, I believe that Judge Thieler's experience and record will make her an excellent district judge, and most importantly, I believe that she has the character and impartiality to serve a lifetime appointment on the federal bench. I'm proud to support her nomination, and I encourage my colleagues to confirm her as a judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of South Dakota. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to join Senator Thune today in supporting the confirmation of Judge Kami Thieler. Ms. Thieler is a native of my home community of Pierce, South Dakota, and has an impressive list of career experiences spanning from the U.S. Attorney's Office to teaching at Dakota Wesleyan University to her work now as a state circuit court judge. It is because of her commitment to upholding the law, along with her commitment to public service, that she received the South Dakota Young Lawyer of the Year Award in 2009. She will undoubtedly exercise judicial restraint and apply the law as written. I also want to congratulate Eric Schulte on his Senate confirmation yesterday for the U.S. District of South Dakota. He is a well-qualified attorney who will serve Americans well as a district judge. I encourage my colleagues to join today in supporting Judge Kami Thieler for U.S. District Judge for the District of South Dakota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the question occurs on the nomination. The yeas and nays have been requested. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Sir. Oh, okay. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, gotcha. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Thank you. Ms. Hirono. Thank you. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Durbin, Ernst, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, King, Lankford, Manchin, McConnell, Moran, Murray, Rounds, Rubio, Sinema, Smith, Tester, Thune, and Wicker. No senator voted in the negative. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. I do, thank you. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Boozman, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Vance, aye. Yeah, Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Brown, aye.
Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye.
The yeas are 90, the nays are 4. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Seth Robert Afram of New Hampshire to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit.
Senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, I ask consent for Senator Schatz and I to conclude our remarks prior to the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, last week the House of Representatives passed the Equal Representation Act. This common sense bill would require that only U.S. citizens are counted for the purposes of allotting congressional districts and electoral votes. This makes sense. In order for every American's vote to have equal weight, only legal voters should be counted in apportioning voting power. On the other hand, The current method of counting illegal aliens and allocating Americans' voting power dilutes the votes of some Americans. It also serves as a perverse incentive for open borders and sanctuary cities because resettling illegal aliens increases the relative political power of the states and the voters that do so. What was once called a conspiracy theory turned out to be an objective fact that Democrats now acknowledge. Migrants here illegally are being counted in the census, and they are counted for determining electoral college votes and congressional seats. Commerce Secretary Raimondo confirmed this yesterday when I asked her in a committee hearing. It's impossible to dispute that this policy increases the voting power of districts and states that resettle more illegal aliens. In fact, some Democrats have taken it a step further, calling for more illegal immigration to increase their power. Just this year, video surfaced of a U.S. representative from New York. Her name is Yvette Clarke, who said, when asked about illegal immigration, and I quote, "I need more people in my district just for redistricting purposes." Yes, that's what she said. She said the quiet part out loud. She represents the same district where James Madison High School is located. You may recall last winter, James Madison High School was the school where the students were told to go home and study by Zoom so that their school could be used to house illegal aliens. What Congressman Clarke means, Mr. President, is that Americans are fleeing blue cities and states en masse because of failing government. And congressional seats are allocated based on population. So if you're losing population, you either have to backfill it or lose congressional seats. That's where the illegal aliens come in. This Congresswoman's statement helps explain why President Biden and Democrats are allowing record-breaking illegal immigration. It's to preserve their political power. Since President Biden took office alone, over 10 million illegal aliens have entered our country. That could amount to more than a dozen congressional seats. This bill is simple, Mr. President. It would simply require that the Census Bureau include a citizenship question to provide a basic understanding of the U.S. population, which is the purpose of the census. And it would allow for delineation between citizens and non-citizens for apportionment purposes. And my bill would count only citizens for purposes of congressional and electoral college apportionment. In other words, it would count only citizens for determining citizens' voting power. That way, the power of each American's vote doesn't depend on how many illegal aliens are in their area. The Equal Representation Act will ensure the weight of every American's vote is equal. It will restore the one person, one vote principle, and it will certainly end the perverse incentive under which illegal immigration increases political power. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that, as if in legislative section and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 386, H.R. 7109. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio, or from Hawaii.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object, a couple of points. The first point is actually the main point, which is that we had the toughest bipartisan bill on border security in generations on this floor. And when Donald Trump found out how tough it was and how effective it was going to be, he told Senate Republicans to kill it. And that's what they did. And so, spare me the crocodile tears about the situation at the border. We had the opportunity to fix that, and Donald Trump explicitly said, don't pass this, blame me. Blame me. Number two, my good friend, the senator who feels very passionately about this, his quibble is with the Constitution. The Constitution provides that all persons in the United States are counted, all persons. It says nothing about their citizenship status. And so if you've got a problem with the way the census is conducted, you have to amend the Constitution of the United States. Not the law, not the statutory laws of the United States, but the Constitution of the United States. And I have lost count of the number of times that Republicans have tried and failed to add citizenship questions to the census. And we have to see this for what it is, an attempt to reduce the count in immigrant communities. Unless that sounds like a sort of rhetorical flourish, a little bit too much, let me just remind you that it was only a few years ago that the Supreme Court ruled against adding this question. They ruled against it. And why? It's because the real reason that they wanted to add it was, and I quote from a conservative effort who thought it would, here's the quote, be advantageous to Republicans and non-Hispanic whites, be advantageous to Republicans and non-Hispanic whites. They wanted to ask people the citizenship question not in a longer census questionnaire, not as part of their annual data gathering, but the first question out of the gate, to scare people from interacting with the federal government because, listen, someone knocks on your door from the federal government and the first question is, are you a citizen? You will decline to participate if you have friends or family or cousins or neighbors who may have mixed citizenship status. And here's the other quote, that it would clearly be a disadvantage for Democrats. This was never about gathering data. This was never about enforcing the law. It has always been and continues to be a pretext to scare people, particularly immigrants, out of taking the census, out of being counted at all, to undercount people and rig the political system in favor of one political party. And don't take this progressive Democrat from Hawaii's word for it. Take this Supreme Court's word for it. I am not a lawyer, but I remember this. I remember they said they had no non-pretextual reason to ask that question. In other words, they were asking this question in order to gain partisan advantage. So for those reasons, I respectfully object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, first I'd like to remark that the border security bill that my esteemed colleague references would simply increase the processing of illegal aliens into this country. If this language were incorporated in it, we would stop the incentive for illegal migration. That would be the fix. That was not in the bill. This bill would have not, the bill that he referenced, would have not addressed the border security at all. Mr. President, my Democrat colleague is objecting to legislation that would actually restore the one person, one vote principle, and it would end the perverse incentive under which illegal immigration increases political power. It's indisputable that Congress can direct that a citizenship question be included in the census. It was included in the census for most of our history up until Barack Obama's administration took it out in 2010. And the Constitution says that the census shall be conducted, quote, in such manner as Congress shall by law direct. Congress does indeed have the authority to do this. In fact, we've had the citizenship question until 2010. Second, on the question of what population is counted for apportioning House seats and electoral votes, the Constitution says that you count the number of persons in the U.S. It doesn't mean literally everyone in the U.S. We don't count people here on vacation. We don't count people here on temporary stays. Why would we count people that are here that are broken in illegally? It means citizens who are members of the American political body, a body that votes on representation and who have permanent allegiance to our constitutional system. In fact, it may be unconstitutional to count illegal aliens under the 14th Amendment because that dilutes some citizens' votes and undermines the principle of one person, one vote. The constitutional argument is simply a dodge for the indefensible position that opposition to this bill means support for the notion that more illegal aliens should mean more political power for the states and the communities that attract them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Number one here. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Vote your motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 460, Seth Robert Afram of New Hampshire to be United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Seth Robert Afram of New Hampshire be the United States Circuit Judge for the First Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Collins, Duckworth, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Markey, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Welch, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Lummis, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Romney, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Tillis, Vance, Young. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hoven,
Hey, you too. I'm going to my.
no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Fetterman, Aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye.
Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Mrs. Murray? Aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Johnson, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 43, and the motion is agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that all time on the A-frame nomination be considered expired and the confirmation vote be at 5:30 on Monday, May 20th.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 599.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Krissa M. Lanham of Arizona to be United States District Judge for the District of Arizona.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 599, Krissa M. Lanham of Arizona to be United States District Judge for the District of Arizona, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 600.
The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Angela M. Martinez of Arizona to be United States District Judge for the District of Arizona.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 600, Angela M. Martinez of Arizona to be United States District Judge for the District of Arizona, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask consent that the mandatory quorum calls for the cloture motions filed today, May 16th, be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Madam President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask you as sent to dispense with a quorum.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Each year during Police Week, we honor the law enforcement officers who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to community. This year, we add the names of 4 Ohioans to the National Law Enforcement Memorial who laid down their lives this year and last year. Officer Timothy James Unwin III of the Springfield Township Police Department. Deputy Sheriff Marcus Ziegler of the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office. Deputy Sheriff Joshua Hamilton, the Preble County Sheriff's Office. Sadly, we know already of 2 names that will be added to the memorial next year. Jacob Durbin of the Euclid Police Department, who was senselessly ambushed and killed in the line of duty last weekend. He leaves behind a father who was part of the department, the same Euclid department. I spoke at length to the chief of police in Euclid last week. He was engaged, the young man was engaged to be married. His grandfather had also been a suburban police department in Cleveland. We also add the name next year of Lieutenant Rodney Osborne, the Southern Ohio Correctional Facility, who tragically died in an accident during a training exercise. Each of these losses is a tragedy for a family, for a community, and surely for their fellow officers. These Ohioans' lives are a reminder of the ideals we should strive for. We need officers who are true public servants in the best sense of the words, people who give themselves to the community, people like these brave men. These Ohioans gave so much. Officer Timothy James Unwin was a Cincinnati native dedicated more than 8 years to serving Ohio communities at both the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office and the Springfield Township Police Department. In his free time, he enjoyed staying active, working on cars. His colleagues and friends and family members remember his smile, remember his always positive energy. He was always helping others. He wanted to make the world a better place. He lost his life in a tragic car crash while responding to call for help from fellow officers. Deputy Sheriff Marcus Ziegler began his career in the private sector, working in security and defense before joining the Hamilton County, that's the Cincinnati area in southwest Ohio, joining the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department. He was proud to serve as a deputy. While he was only on the department for 9 months, he made an impression on his colleagues and his community. He always had a smile on his face. He was always happy to lend a hand. He was eager to grow in his career. His family was the most important thing to him. Our thoughts are with his wife and his 5 children. Deputy Sheriff John Hamilton was a former U.S. Navy reservist and Army National Guard member who served on the Preble County Sheriff's team. He was known for his unwavering commitment to our country and to Preble County community. Deputy Hamilton is survived by his parents and his daughter. We extend our condolences to them and all the loved ones these public servants leave behind, children who will now grow up without parents, or without a father, parents who grieve children. This year, we added the names of 6 officers to the memorial who died from COVID-19. Terrence Bateman, Anthony Cloyd, Mark Heinel, Billy Eyrig, Gerald Lynch, Matthew Mitchell. We can't begin to repay the debt we owe these officers and their families. We can work to protect more officers and communities, in the communities they swear an oath to serve. It's why I work with colleagues of both parties on legislation to support law enforcement as they do their jobs. If we can help them do their jobs more safely, we all win. 2 years ago, I worked with my colleagues, Senator Grassley and Congressman David Joyce, my friend from Ohio, to pass legislation that provides Customs and Borders Patrol staff with fentanyl containment devices. This keeps officers safe. We know how potent even a little bit of fentanyl is, even to this touch of the skin. And this keeps officers safe. It keeps evidence preserved for trial. Now we're working to get cops and sheriff's deputies access to the same protection locally. It's why we introduced the Protecting First Responders from Secondary Exposure Act. It's also why Senator Cotton and I introduced the Providing Officers with Electronic Resources Act, the POWER Act, to help state and local law enforcement organizations secure high-tech portable screening devices to detect fentanyl. I'll keep fighting to make sure that police officers can retire with dignity. My bipartisan Social Security Fairness Act will ensure that Social Security benefits will be there when officers retire from a life of dedicated service. one of the best ways we can keep law enforcement in our community safe is by keeping fentanyl out of the country in the first place. It's something I've heard from law enforcement personnel virtually every place in Ohio. 400 Ohioans every single month die from fentanyl poison. That's not just a number. It means 400 individuals with 400 individual families in 400 different neighborhoods have died. It's why we fought to pass my bipartisan Fend-Off Fentanyl Act. The president just signed it into law. It's going to help us target the entire fentanyl supply chain, from the chemical suppliers in China to the cartels that manufacture and transport the drugs in Mexico. By going after the billions of dollars that these traffickers make in illicit profits, we target them where it hurts the most, their bank accounts. It's why we worked with Ohio and national law enforcement to write this bill and to build a broad bipartisan coalition to get it passed. This Police Week, let's offer more than empty words. Let's provide the support and resources that our men and women need to keep themselves and their communities safe. Although nothing can ever be done to truly appreciate the sacrifice so many have made by laying down their lives, we honor them by supporting their fellow officers. We must get our officers the tools and the training that they need to do their jobs and to build trust with the communities where we all live, the communities that they are sworn to protect. Thank you, Madam President.
Will the senator from Ohio withhold his request? The senator from Indiana.
I thank my colleague from Ohio. Thank you, Madam President. I ask unanimous consent that DeMark Schulze, a State Department fellow from my office and a 2005 graduate of the University of Notre Dame, be granted floor privileges until August 3rd, 2024. Madam President, 100 years ago this week, a legend was born. 100 years ago, the champions of religious freedom refused to back down in the face of intolerance and hate. 100 years ago today, Madam President, the University of Notre Dame earned the moniker, the Fighting Irish. On May 17, 1924, thousands of members of the Indiana chapter of the Ku Klux Klan gathered in South Bend, Indiana for a rally called by their infamous leader, D.C. Stevenson. The target that day for their despicable and misguided message of true Americanism was the Catholic institution of the University of Notre Dame. The young men who attended the university and the Holy Cross priests who taught at it. In the years that immediately preceded that fateful day, the KKK had watched with despair as Coach Knute Rockne and his football Ramblers had barnstormed across the country, winning praise for their fighting spirit in the university. Madam President, we can't forget that at the time, Catholics were a major target for the KKK in the Midwest. And Notre Dame's success on and off the field was an affront to the Klan's false message of superiority. And so the KKK gathered outside the Golden Dome for what was to be a 3-day rally, complete with parades and speeches and dances and no small amount of overtly violent intimidation. You see, they weren't used to anyone standing up to them. They weren't expecting anyone to stand up to them. And little did they know that the mostly Irish Catholic student body across the street had no intention of being intimidated. Little did they know that the students were so animated that the university president, Father Matthew Walsh, a World War I veteran, had been trying in vain to tell his students to stay safe and to shelter in the school. Little did the KKK know that on that day, the intended aspersion that the student body had co-opted as their preferred nickname, the Fighting Irish, was about to reach a national audience. As the story goes, no doubt colored with some apocryphal additions over the years, the Klansmen began arriving in South Bend, and hundreds of students marched out to meet them. At first, the students almost playfully offered to assist the Klansmen in finding lodging and food, sometimes leading them down alleys, other times leading them back out of town. However, when one KKK leader evidently became wise to the ruse and pointed a pistol at a student who had intended to pull down the unsacred cross of lights hung in a downtown third-floor window, well, as they say, all hell broke loose. Klansmen that chose to fight quickly met their match and scrambled out of town. Students grabbed produce, yes, even potatoes, from a local vegetable stand and hurled them at the cross, taking out all but the uppermost bulb. At that very moment, legendary four-horseman quarterback Harry Stoldrayer launched an impossible shot. He threw a potato 40 feet in the air at the bulb, successfully darkening the last unholy light. Moments later, the rest of the Klansmen were run out of town, tails between their legs. A subsequent exchange the next day led to another rout by Notre Dame, running their record to 2-0 against the Klansmen that weekend. That weekend, in describing the Notre Dame student body's takedown of the most vaunted KKK chapter in the country, several national papers seized on the Fighting Irish moniker that had previously only been applied to the football team. If you're interested in more details about that fateful weekend, Notre Dame alum Todd Tucker has written an acclaimed book entitled Notre Dame versus the Klan. Events like the one that took place in South Bend, Indiana, often prove to be historical inflection points. In early 1924, intolerance and hatred were on the rise in the country, not just in Indiana, but from coast to coast. For many, it was easier to give in to the fear of an uncertain future than to work to build a better community. But Indiana and the country were soon to turn a corner, and the timing couldn't have been more poetic. Rockne, Stoldrayer, and the rest of the Fighting Irish football team would pull off a perfect 10-0 season later that year en route to the 1924 National Championship. And the Indiana chapter of the KKK would quickly fizzle after the rape and murder conviction of its leader, D.C. Stevenson, the next year. As for the university itself and its brave and proud student body, it would be 3 more years before Father Walsh would reluctantly give in to the wave that started that May day in 1924 and officialize the nickname, the Fighting Irish. But make no mistake, Madam President, it was 100 years ago this week, in an act of defiance against religious intolerance, that the Fighting Irish truly came into being. And so, on this day, we remember their bravery in exercising their most basic of American freedoms as we celebrate the day they put the fight in the University of Notre Dame, Fighting Irish. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Mr. President, today I rise on the heels of Mother's Day to bring attention to the health crisis facing America's mothers, most particular her Black mothers, and the Black maternal health crisis. I begin by acknowledging the invaluable contribution mothers make each day. Kissing scraped knees and chasing monsters out of the closet, Mr. President, mothers are indeed our nation's true superheroes. All across the country, mothers are the driving force for our economy. According to the Center for American Progress, mothers are to thank for most of the economic gains enjoyed by middle-class families over the past 50 years. Their data, covering 1970 to 2013, show that the women's increased labor force participation and increased earnings grew the U.S. economy by 13.5%, which translates to an additional $2 trillion in economic activity. And according to the Department of Labor, 40.5% of working mothers are equal, primary, or sole income earners for their family, a fact that is especially true for Black mothers. In the United States, Black mothers are a critical part of our labor force, and 80% of them are the breadwinners for their families. But, Mr. President, these same mothers face a health care system that is failing them. The United States has the highest maternal mortality in the world amongst high-income nations. Thousands of women in America have lost their lives due to pregnancy-related causes in recent years and over the past decade. While the birth rate in this country has declined by roughly 20%, maternal mortality rates have steadily risen. This crisis is exacerbated in communities grappling with the lack of access to essential maternal health care. According to a report produced by the March of Dimes, 1/3 of the counties in the United States are considered maternity care deserts, meaning there are no hospitals providing obstetric care, no birth centers, and no obstetric providers. Imagine your loved one preparing to give birth and bring new life into your family, having no choice but to drive hours away from home to seek care. We know from the data that this crisis has not been felt equally. Among Black and Native Indigenous communities, maternal mortality rates are 2 to 4 times higher compared to those of white communities. The good news is that champions in this chamber have spent years laying the groundwork in our path towards rectifying this crisis. In 2018, then Senator, now Vice President Kamala Harris introduced the initial Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act. The Momnibus, now led by the very own Senator Booker from New Jersey, is a comprehensive legislative package that would make historic investments to address every dimension of the Black maternal health crisis. I'm proud to serve as a co-sponsor of this much-needed legislation. The good news, Mr. President, is that since leaving this chamber, Vice President Harris has remained consistent and insistent in carrying these efforts forward into the Biden-Harris administration, spearheading the administration's blueprint to address the maternal health crisis. The blueprint has led to key actions involving innovative models to improve maternal health care for low-income women and a national strategy to address maternal mental health and substance use disorders. This blueprint, paired with the passage of thoughtful legislation proposals such as the Black Maternal Health Momnibus, are exactly what we need to combat this devastating crisis. As a member of this chamber, it's a privilege to truly be able to contribute to those legislative solutions and be a part of this fight. That's why I introduced the NIH Improve Act alongside Senator Katie Britt and Representatives Underwood and Fitzpatrick in the House to help address some of these disparities. The NIH Improve Act authorizes the funding necessary to sustain the critical activities of the National Institute of Health's Improve Initiative, which supports research on how to reduce preventable causes of maternal death, improve health for women before, during, and after pregnancy. The initiative aims to address the foremost causes of maternal mortality in the United States, as well as significant pregnancy-associated and pregnancy-related health complications, such as diabetes, obesity, mental health, and substance use disorders. This bill would provide the steady funding necessary, at least for the next 7 years, to ensure that NIH can continue to pursue this research into the root causes of our maternal mortality crisis. The bill will also help to build an evidence base to further improve maternal health care in underserved areas and target health disparities associated with maternal mortality and morbidity. Just one example of how the Improve Initiative is already supporting critical maternal health research is the story of a young researcher named Denise Simonette Mitchell, a doctor of public health student at Tulane University School of Public Health and Tropical Medicine. Through the support of the Improve Initiative, Denise and her colleagues are actively conducting pregnancy-related research to examine and eliminate maternal health disparities and ultimately reshape communities in need. Specifically, their research examines strategies to support healthy eating and increased physical activity among low-income postpartum women with a history of diabetes during pregnancy, one of the many conditions associated with maternal mortality and morbidity. Denise has said that the NIH-funded studies such as this have transformed her educational experience and catapulted her professional aims as a training research scientist. In addition to serving as a doctoral research assistant, Denise is also a Black mother. Denise is a manifestation, a real-life example that Black women, Black mothers, and all mothers are so much more than just a statistic. They are vigorously working towards solutions that we need to improve maternal health outcomes in this country. The urgent research efforts called for and outlined in the NIH Improve Act and initiative will not only help to address our nation's maternal health crisis, they will also help to support the next generation of Black mothers, scientists, and leaders such as Denise. The life-saving research supported through the NIH Improve Act will bolster solutions that are designed to combat the crisis that all women are facing. Mr. President, I'll close with this. In the majority opinion of the Dobbs decision that essentially ripped away the reproductive freedom of women and that they had fought for nearly 50 years, Justice Alito wrote, and I quote, "Women are not without electoral or political power." While I disagree with most of what Justice Alito wrote in this opinion, on this point with him, I do agree. The political and electoral power of women in this country demand the health care that we need, demands the health care that we deserve. Advancing the NIH Improve Act will serve as a key step towards accomplishing that. And so while I serve in this chamber, I will continue to push and to push us to deliver the investments required to address this crisis head on. I'm committed to seeing this through for my daughter if she decides to become a mother, for every woman who chooses to be a mother, and for the future of the nation that they will shape. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Deputy Whip from Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past year, I've worked with colleagues on both sides of the aisle on legislation to protect kids from the harms of social media. The role of platforms like Instagram and TikTok in turbocharging the mental health crisis among our kids is clear. The data shows it, our personal experience shows it, warnings from experts like the Surgeon General confirm it. Which is why last month, after months of work with the Commerce Committee and outside stakeholders, I introduced an updated version of my bipartisan bill called the Kids Off Social Media Act with Senators Cruz, Murphy, Britt, and many others. The bill does a few very straightforward things. First, it sets a minimum age of social media use to 13. Second, it bans platforms from targeting kids under 17 with their powerful black box algorithms. And third, it blocks social media sites from school networks, something that almost 90% of all schools already do. Over the past several weeks, my team and I have continued to work with other member offices as well as a wide range of outside stakeholders to refine the bill in important ways. And we continue to have productive conversations on strengthening the bill in order to best protect kids online. Colleagues may have seen the hotline run on my bill, and we continue to work towards a markup. There are also several other bills pending on this issue, which I support. And it's my hope that the Senate will consider all of these bills in short order and finally give kids the help and the protection that they need. Congress has to act in this area. We now have many good proposals, most of them not in competition with each other. Let's take some action. I yield the floor. I do not yield the floor. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I understand there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S 4361, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for border security and so forth and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the unblocked consideration of the following Senate resolutions: S-Res 695, S-Res 696, 697, 698, and 699.
Is there an objection to proceeding en bloc? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, May 20th, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Lanham nomination. Further, that if any nominations are confirmed during Monday's session, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order, following the remarks of Senator Lankford.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, thank you. Kind of just recap for this body. Starting last October, a group of us sat down to have a serious conversation about border. We had a Democrat senator from Connecticut, Chris Murphy. We had an independent senator, Kyrsten Sinema, from Arizona, and a conservative senator from Oklahoma. We all understood the problem is serious, and there are very real threats to our national security, our economy. It was spiraling out of control in the border. October is the highest month ever in the history of our country. November was the highest number ever in the history of our country. December was the highest number ever in the history of our country, with the largest day of illegal crossings in the history of our country in December of 12,000 people in a single day. Things were spiraling out of control at the border, and they continue. So we sat down in a serious conversation and said we had differences of how to be able to resolve this, but we all want to be able to fix this. So we spent months trying to be able to hammer out a resolution. It was a serious dialogue that we hope to be able to get to conclusion. But we failed to do that. We created a bill that I felt like was a great bill with common ground in it. It didn't have everything that I wanted in it, but it did have the essentials in it to be able to change the way we do asylum, to be able to change the processing. It literally took it from the very first person that crossed the border each day would be detained, quickly screened, and then deported. The very first person. If we had a flood of a caravan of up to 5,000 people across the day, we can't control that. So in that situation, instead of detaining, quickly screening, and deporting, we would just detain and deport. Because there was no time to do the screening, we weren't going to release people in, we were going to turn people around. It changed the structure dramatically from what was happening on the border. I felt like this was a good bill to be able to move forward, and I moved in good faith to be able to get that done. But it's also well known here that I had disagreements, some within my own party, the majority within my own party, that said this is not the time to be able to resolve this. It is what it is. It's the political nature of what's going on right now. I understand that. But the problem is still unresolved. Yesterday, we had 5,500 people that illegally crossed the border yesterday. Last month, we had 174,000 people that illegally crossed our border last month. That would have been the highest month ever. In fact, it would have been the highest month in the past 20 years if it wasn't for the last 3 years under the Biden administration. It would have been higher than any month under President Obama, under President Bush, under President Trump. It would have been higher than any of those months. But it doesn't beat even the records that were even set in the previous months before under the Biden administration because of their dramatic change in policy. We've had 1.5 million people now illegally cross the border this fiscal year. 1.5 million people. And they continue to be able to come across our border with almost no restraint. I've said for a long time, this is a serious issue that we need to address. My own party has said this was not the time to be able to do that. Now I'm hearing rumors that next week, the folks I was sitting down with to be able to have serious dialogue to fix it may bring bills back up again and to say, let's do a political thing on the other side of the aisle. Listen, if we're going to solve the border issues, it's not going to be by doing competing messaging bills. If we're going to solve this, let's sit down like adults and let's figure out how we're going to actually resolve this together. If there's a messaging bill that comes back, even the bill that I helped negotiate next week, just to bring it up again and to try to be able to poke Republicans in the eye for some sort of messaging piece, why are we doing this? All the American people see it. Everybody sees this is political. But everyone in the country also sees, why don't you guys and ladies fix this instead? Why don't you actually resolve it? There's a couple of quotes that have come out lately. My Democratic colleagues have put out a memo, and this was the memo, saying Tom Suozzi flipped the script on his Republican opponent, successfully painting her as an unserious about border security because of her opposition to the bipartisan border bill, and turned what could have been a devastating political liability into an advantage. Democrats should learn the lesson from New York 3. Quite simply, we risk losing the 2024 election if we do not seize this opportunity to go on offense on the issue on the border and turn the table on Republicans, their key of failing the vote. Senator Schumer put out a statement where he made this statement saying it's a win if Republicans abandon us at the last minute. Because if Democrats could put together a tough bipartisan border bill on the border, it would not take border away as an issue for the Republicans, but it would at least give us a 50-50 chance to combat it. Listen, I understand the politics of the moment. I do. We're in a presidential election year. Everybody in America is watching what's happening on the border and saying something needs to be fixed. And it is easy for Republicans to look at the White House and to say there are 94 executive orders that the White House has proactively done that changed how the border was enforced under President Trump and under President Obama. Okay, a high number under President Obama was 2,000 people in a day. Yesterday, we had 5,500 people. If President Biden would just enforce the border the same way President Obama did, much less the same way President Trump did, the border would be very different. Everybody sees that. Everybody also sees that we need a change in the way we do asylum policy. That's a change that has to be done in Congress. That's a vote that we have to be able to take. So instead of us pointing at each other and doing political stunts, let's solve this. Let's actually sit down and figure out how we're going to resolve it. We can't do everything. The bill that I worked with Senator Murphy and Senator Sinema on, we're not going to be able to pass. So let's find the sections of it that we can pass. The worst case scenario is doing nothing. That's what we're currently doing. Now, the House of Representatives passed a bill yesterday saying that if someone who is not legally present here in the country attacks a law enforcement officer, whether that is state, local, county, federal, tribal, whoever it may be, if they attack a law enforcement officer, they're going to be deported. Well, it bipartisan passed over in the House yesterday. Is that coming here to the Senate? Probably not. It probably won't be taken up. But in a bipartisan way, it passed the House yesterday. We've had two different votes of a House bill that passed called H.R. 2 that was a very comprehensive bill dealing with all areas of border security. It passed the House, it came to the Senate, it's had two votes, and it's failed both times. So Republicans can now say, Democrats didn't take our bill, and Democrats will, it looks like, going to bring things up and to say, well, Republicans wouldn't take the bipartisan bill, and we point at each other, and we're still in the same spot. Listen, the American people expect us to actually solve this, not just do politics on it. So here's my counsel. Stop doing all the political games. Let's stop bringing up the messaging bills. This is a national emergency. Of the 5,500 people that crossed the border yesterday illegally, I haven't seen the number yet, but I would tell you, in all likelihood, if it's tracking similar to other days, several dozen of those folks were designated by the Department of Homeland Security, this Department of Homeland Security, as special interest aliens. That is, they're coming from areas of known terrorism. They were designated at the border as a potential national security risk, and then they were released into the country awaiting a hearing. And by this afternoon, we'll have no idea where they are. That happens every day now, because there's a large percentage of the people that are crossing the border every day now that are not from the Western Hemisphere. They're from West Africa. They're from all the STAN countries. They're from Pakistan. They're from India. They're from China. They're from Russia. They're from areas where we know there's active terrorist cells, but we just don't know this person. They're not on our list. But we do know that clan they're from, and that there are people from that clan in their particular tribe or their particular location that have been an issue. But because we don't have any derogatory information, they're being released every day. This has been the bell I have been ringing for months now. The immigration issue is not the same as what it was 2 years ago. There's been a huge shift in who is crossing the border, and we are not taking this seriously. This is a national security risk, and we need to be attentive to who is crossing our border every single day and take that seriously. This body knows full well I am not anti-immigration. We're a nation that has welcomed people in from all over the world, and we should continue to do that. We have 1 million people a year that legally become citizens of our country. But in the last 6 months, we've had 1.5 million people illegally cross into our country. That million that came in that became citizens of our country, they were vetted, they went through the process, they're being welcomed and integrated. That 1.5 million other folks that crossed illegally, we have no idea. Some are coming to join family, some are coming to be able to find a job, but some are no doubt also coming for nefarious purposes. And we can't tell the difference. So my counsel to us is, let's take this as serious as it actually is. Press conferences take one person. Passing law takes 60. That means we have to sit down together to be able to talk this through. We have to be able to figure out how we're going to actually get something done and at least make some progress. What is DHS currently doing? Well, DHS has just announced they're doing a rebranding of Homeland Security investigators, of HSI. These are they're HSI ICE. Well, they're going to rebrand them and take away the ICE designation. So we're going to have a new logo and a new something else, and we're expecting a whole new listing of what they're going to actually do. At the same time, they're saying we don't have enough money to be able to get more Border Patrol, to be able to detain more people, to be able to deport more people. We're spending millions of dollars. We haven't seen the amount yet, but we're spending millions of dollars on rebranding HSI. We should take this moment as serious as it actually is. In the past 3 years, the price of groceries has gone up 20%. The price of gasoline has gone up 55%. But the price of fentanyl has gone down on the streets. We should take this moment as serious as it is. We have more drugs coming across our border based on the porous nature of what's going on, where migrants will come in, Border Patrol will engage with them for humanitarian purposes, and then the cartels will smuggle drugs 2 miles upriver or through the desert when they know that no one's watching that area. So we have a dramatic increase in fentanyl coming into our country, directly connected to 5,500 people that illegally crossed yesterday, 174,000 people last month, and 1.5 million in the last 6 months. What are we going to do about that? I hope not just talk about it. I hope not just do political messaging. I hope not just saying we'll bring up this bill to fail that we all know is going to fail. I hope it's actually sit down together and say, let's do the work to actually resolve this issue. That is what people sent us to do. I fully understand it's hard. I've personally experienced it. But we were sent here to do hard things, so we should probably start doing them. Let's get this solved. With that, I yield the floor.
Let's bring this puppy to a close. Okay, cover your ears. Previous order. The Senate stands closed, adjourned, ended. It's over until 3 p.m. on Monday.